do what we always do to help maintain our perspective, and that is zoom out to the monthly chart. Maybe not. Let me see. Now I am. My bad. So here on the monthly, you can see we popped back up to this equilibrium high. And we're kind of trading above it right now, 43, just so basically, right at it. For the most part, no real change here on the monthly. Um, okay, yeah. So here, I mean, really, no change on the monthly. We did a little look down, have come back, basically, almost a little bit above the open of the month, and we're pretty much trading right at the same spot. There is, today, I think today is the last day of the month because Monday is the first. Yeah, so today's going to be the last day of the month. So it's looking like it's going to be interesting, right? There's a lot of news that comes out next week with Powell. And you would expect, I mean, at least I kind of expected a little bit more volume to come in on the monthly basis. But you can really see here, like, comparatively, even these 4 months that were just trading sideways before we had this month that tried to move up off the low, it's pretty low volume comparatively throughout the month. So kind of an interesting an interesting look for that. Ugh. Fucking tired. Um yeah, I mean that's really gonna be kind of have to be our pivot level today is gonna be this 41.37 half. That's at previous month's um close, and if we finish above that, that would basically kind of show us a little bit of continuation, right? Like, yeah, we traded down a little bit, but traded back up. We closed above the close, so we've got two closes, or actually it would be three closes in a row higher, right? So you have this close here, then this close here, and then let's say we close, let's say we just close at right where we're at right now, 41.53 or 41.45, right? So you'd be seeing the closes move higher. um, that would be kind of a bullish sign. The big key here to this week, I think, we just need to pay attention to that COT report and see how they positioned on this, because when we dig a little bit deeper here, we'll jump to the weekly to see we really didn't go anywhere, right? We're really just balancing on a weekly basis for the fourth week in a row. Right? We were one time framing. We got that cessation of one time framing and the creation of balance, which that's an often common thing. Um, and then now we just need to monitor these edges of balance. And we could see, you see like a little bit of an equilibrium forming here. You have this close here. You've got the open. You've got this high and this high, and those are all around the 50. What is this here? Yeah, this one's 63. Yeah, so like 63 to 53. Those are at equilibrium on the weekly. And for those of you guys that aren't sure or don't understand the whole equilibrium concept, if we switch back to the monthly, you can really see an equilibrium is basically where price is agreed upon, right? People agree on that price, and so you keep seeing the market return to that price. But we have all of these opens and closes relatively right around this 37.75, And it's not going to be an exact science. It's just an area, and I just drew a line just to make sure. It's like, okay, well, it's around this area. But you can kind of see like that's where a lot of these months, and this is back since this June, have been is basically at or touched this level, except one outlier back in October when we made the swing low. So far they've just been kind of building right there. And oftentimes the market does have to balance before it can make a directional move. So this will be basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 month in a row that we're sitting in this balance. Um, Back to the weekly here, right? Like I said, we had that kind of look below this balance and fail. So we keep maintaining this balance. I'd probably draw my balance just like that. So we keep maintaining that balance. We'll see if we get some upside continuation. Make sure you're monitoring that 4204. That's that 100 SMA, and then right 4208 half is where the gap starts above. And then this low here is about 4100. Switching over here to the daily, you can see a real big kind of turnaround, right? We're a little one time framing down. Yesterday, we basically, gave back everything that they just took down in 2 days. Got it all back yesterday, and we're back up here at the highs. So we'll see, can the market really accept these levels and start to hold the market higher? We'll see if there's any dips that possibly bring in some opportunities to buy or sell the market. Yeah, no problem, Jamie. We're done. And one thing to note here that I'm just kind of noticing is like these averages, right? Because typically we want to see, if we're going to keep going up, you want to see a nice trend, right? They're more like kind of ticking up, ticking up, ticking up. And they are moving, up just ever so slightly, but they're really kind of starting to condense here, I think. The price action is getting, pretty old as far as we've just been trading sideways for for the whole year for the most part. We the low for this year is down here 37 something, and then the high is that 4208 half, like pretty tight range comparatively, especially compared to last year where we just really made some lower lows. Switching over to the profile now to get a closer inspection of the price action. You can see from yesterday a lot of single prints got left behind, right? A lot of trap shorts. Luckily for us here, we were able to identify the move fairly early on, and we stayed on the gas pretty much all day yesterday. I don't think anyone was really looking to fade. So maybe later in the day, there's a little bit of opportunity, it looks like. Um, so we could see, possibly if there is a little bit of a retrace, those are going to be some areas of interest, right? Some of these single prints to see if we get some short covering in them. You can see this one traded down to this set of single prints here. Looks like it bounced from there. We still got more single prints below it, and then another set of single prints down here around the 4120. We'll have to be paying attention there to see kind of what happens. But for the most part, yesterday, we as soon as we opened up, we popped. We came back below the open for about 2 seconds, trapped a bunch of sellers, moved up, left this mechanical B low, moved up. We left a poor high, and then D period broke the C low. A lot of people piled in short, got trapped. Remember, we had talked about this 92, 94 level. If the market couldn't get below that, then no matter what, it's still bullish. So we were in on these pullbacks, and the market basically just one time framed up all day. From D period. Yeah, it did. And then Globex, right? We've got overnight inventory pretty much net short. You can see a little bit of runoff here, and we ran into, surprisingly, we got off yesterday and it was about right here, and then really squeezed up towards the end of the day yesterday and ran up into this upper distribution. It looks like we ran into a little bit of selling up here, a little bit of liquidation maybe as the market kind of tried to pop up right where this poor high was at. This we're going to have to treat as excess for now, right? And so we're going to be looking to see if that the market can get above that 4166 area. That's going to be treated as excess. Not really the first obstacle in our path, but it's just something we want to make sure that we're carrying forward. We do have a double distribution look at the overnight session with a pretty wide point of control up here around like 14. Zoom in and see exactly. 16. Okay, it doesn't necessarily matter the exact number, but just matters it's wide, right? And a wide point of control from an overnight session just make the odds increase that we revisit the area. You could see that the volume picked up down here, and that's because we had that PCE number came out this morning. The number was really not important, I guess. Didn't really move the market much. The market was at 41.40. It came down to like 41.35 and now trading 41.44. So 10-point range on that news. There is some news coming out. 9:45, we got Chicago PMI. 10 a.m., we've got revised UOM consumer sentiment, and then also 10 a.m. revised UOM inflation expectations. So, and then there's some other news here. We got Mission consumer expectations, Dallas Fed PCE, and then we get all of our COT positions later today at CFTC. I'm waiting for. About to take a nap until then, to be honest. I'm fucking tired. So the plan today, right, is really, can we get back above this Globex epoch, right? And that would put us back up into this upper distribution. And that would give us a little bit more confidence to look for this upside, right? Target that settle, target the last, right? You get about 10 points there. And then, you're looking to get above that Globex high, and then we'll kind of see what happens when we get up here. Below that, or if the market kind of fails to get above that, we start to really kind of get back into this chop area. And this chop area is a big area, 42 to 09. Really, there's just not been a lot of volume. Every time we trade in this area, it seems like we put a decent amount of single prints in. It seems like they're kind of rejecting both of these areas, and then you have the larger distribution starting down below. So it's kind of expected to be choppy, but if we start to get below this overnight volume point of control, there's be some opportunities to fade down into these singles, and then just watch to see if shorts are starting to cover in these single prints. We can kind of treat this here as a balance, right? Move down, reject, and trade back into balance. So if you jam all these profiles together, you can see the settle is pretty much lining up with the point of control, the volume point of control. You've got the time point of control basically right above this ledge. And so that's just kind of telling us if we can't get above this area, right, the odds of moving higher are going to be a little bit more difficult. So that's really kind of the key today, is like to get above some of these volume ledges to get long off of, and that's really what I'm looking for. Is looking to get above this 4150. I think that's going to be a pretty pivotal area today. We're going to be opening up inside yesterday's range. Overnight inventory, like I said, it's net short, so really kind of looking for that correction, especially with more trap shorts. I kind of expect a little bit of covering over early, just because they're not gonna. The market's not at its low. If Globex was at its low, that I would expect less covering, kind of on the hopes that they're thinking the continuation is going to happen. They can get out for break even because they're still stuck from yesterday. Let's go ahead and take a peek at some gamma levels. Yeah. Yep. Kind of, yeah. Like, well, so basically, there's a bunch of people that are stuck short from yesterday, and if we don't get a downside auction right away, then a lot of those people are gonna cover. Because not, I don't foresee a lot of people holding positions through the weekend, because Pal's on Monday, or Pal's on at some point next week. I'm not sure which day, but he is on, and if they're in the wrong spot, they're probably not going to want to hold that into Pal, because I don't know. I'm kind of in the camp that I think the market is just not listening to what Pal's saying, and what he's been saying the whole time is, I'm going to keep raising rates until I see the numbers I want to see. And they've already not only just priced in a pause, or back in positive gamma. They've not only priced in a pause, but they've priced in rate cuts, like possibly in November, which is, I don't think that's what Powell wants, to be honest. So, but I mean, we have to listen to what Powell says, and that's going to be the key. So looking at this here, let's give us a better. We can see that 4150 is a really big level, a really key level here. Let's look at total. 4185 is where that put gamma runs out. 4105 where that gamma runs out on the downside. So 35, 4140 here. Below 4140 turns to zero gamma. See how it goes positive then negative. So we've got zero gamma starting here. And so then below this 4130, we can probably expect some selling to hedge, right? So they probably rolled up all those puts yesterday that they sold, because the VIX is only at 17, right? VIX is not really elevated, so I don't know how much downside they're not hedging for it. So it's, it can happen, I guess, outlier risk, but we'll kind of see. And then if the market gets above that 4155, it should act as a little bit of a support level, and that lines up with our profile. It makes sense. And then 4175, that next level up. So we come over here. I'll go ahead and we'll add a couple days here. 12. 41.75. We've got that untouched settle. This is all combined into one, but um, that's kind of that top bracket there too. And then 41.55 right here. That's what we're kind of expecting. If we get above 41.55, market can get a little bit of bull in it and start charging up 64, 70, 75 area. And then we also have our VIB below us. Got about 10 minutes. You guys watch the draft? Yeah. At tackle? I think he's a tackle, right? He's a defensive tackle, yeah. Nobody took the kid from. Oh no, oh no, okay. Carolina did. Okay, Bryce Young. I was like, for some reason I didn't see his name, but he got picked first. You off today, then? Oh, nice. Oh, it's a holiday in pretty much everywhere on Monday except America. Labor Day. Germany, Switzerland, Italy, France, Spain, Singapore, Hong Kong, Russia, Brazil, China, South Korea, South Africa, United Kingdom. Yeah. It is Powell on Wednesday, right? Say dead and dead. Yeah, so I think maybe if we get a little pop down to 40, there's probably some opportunity there to maybe try these longs um around that 40 or a little bit below that little, well, below the single prints like the 32 look a little bit slow. Probably some more downside. Oh, I'm so tired today. That's why I can't play video games. I stay up too late. Dad, when are you guys gonna start your drive? Is it just a matter of waiting on the house to sell, or then it's like a you have like a set time after that, or? Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Well, that's good. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Just gets you in trouble. Mm. Mm. So, all right, here's the open. Catching a bid here. Offer comes in 48 right there. Gets ran over. That's how you start the fucking day right there. NASDAQ catches a little bit of an offer there and starts to go back towards its open. Just breaks its open actually right there. Yes, doesn't retrace as much. Neither does the Dow. NASDAQ's trying to go for it again. Kind of gets rejected off of that Globex high. Is that the Globex high? Well, the most recent swing high, I guess, not the Globex high. NASDAQ's back below its open now. Dow's at the high, ES at the high. So this is an interesting day. We're kind of back to this fucking, you know, non-correlation type deal where not everything is in agreement with each other. NASDAQ pukes below its open. Dow's coming off the high. ES still holding the high. Still looks good. All of our sector boxes are green. Our tick is above 0. From the Globex? From yesterday, yeah. Well, that's because I have end period on here. So if we were to disconnect N, I guess the pocket's still up there too. Yeah. Right. Separate little distributions. Nasdaq just made a low, bouncing up pretty decent here. Dow just made a new high. Apple's making a comeback here. Tesla looking like a caca right on the low. They're trying to lift here. Doing a pretty decent job. Remember, we're looking at this 55 level as kind of a potential resistance until we can make it a support. So if you're long still, you want to maybe be looking to cover some here. And then if we pop above 55 and hold it, then we can add them back on. A nice opening drive here, basically to start the session. Not getting back to the settle is kind of weak though. Like you would kind of expect them to get back to that settle and that overnight point of or the point of control from yesterday. Now, what the fuck's it doing? Yeah, the Nasdaq's got confused right now. Doesn't remember that the rest of the market's trying to go up. Yeah, Apple's down below its low. I mean, you look around the board here. We got Apple red, AMD red, Amazon's down 1.5%. Google's down. Google's basically flat. Meta's down 0.1. Microsoft's flat. Netflix down 0.3. Nvidia down. Where Nvidia's basically flat. Actually, Tesla's down 1.5. So you wonder here. You got to be asking yourself, right? Like, what's going on here, Nasdaq? Are you gonna fucking pay attention to what all your boys are trying to do, or are you gonna just run the other way? And is everyone gonna follow? Remember, with Nasdaq being the leader, sometimes this is when you get this divergence between the indices, right? And the Nasdaq is made up of a lot of similar stocks as the S&P. It's really just on these other stocks if they're going to kind of capitulate and give up and start going with tech, or is tech gonna get its shit together and start going up? Morning, everybody. We've got some trap shorts here early on already. You can see like, decent size offers that came in that got upticked. Watch this 52.75. It hasn't traded. There it goes. Okay. All right. I got one lot left on now. I'll add if we pop the 55. Morning, Steve. Look at consumer discretionary is just getting massacred here. It's Tesla again. Tesla, Boeing is not doing well either. A lot of financials not doing well either. Even though financials are green, they're not looking great. Kind of feel like that's a trap right there. Mechanical A high so far, so just be careful. Yeah, Nasdaq's almost to its Globex low. It's trading a lot low. Get some stuck longs right there on the 53 half. It looks like 53 quarter. A little bit of a reoffer there on the 49.75. Oh, okay. I see that. Basically right off the high. Or it's tried to offer that 50 and got stuck. But yeah, the bid was okay. Bid wasn't bad actually. Dow's up at the high, still making a new high. Here comes the Nasdaq, and the Dow's already going. The Dow trade's been the easiest trade today so far. It hasn't pulled back really at all. It's just fucking making it high right now. Just nice. Let's see what they've got. If they've got the stones here to push that 55, it's gonna be tough to do without the Nasdaq. We clean up this mechanical level. 397 lots just sitting on the 55. Really much. I see. It's a decent offer trying to come in here 53.75 and gets wrecked. Yeah. Nice. Nasdaq, fucking do your job. All right, now let's see if they can hold this 55 as support or if they're going to lose it. They're kind of struggling up here a little bit. You see that those 300s get down ticked right there. Maybe some trap shorts there. Yep, 56, they're trapped. Now see if a bid steps up above them. They do. Now see if they hold. 57 bid. Other offer tries to come in 56.75. It's upticked. Offers trying to move down. Yeah, there they go. I'm still struggling here around this 55. Buyers trying to turn it into support, and sellers saying, no, 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 this is resistance. The Nasdaq really just putting a damper on the whole party here. There's a NASDAQ. Come on, get above the open. My take profit for the high. I've got a zone up at 58.75 to 61 quarter, and then another 63.50 to 65. That's kind of where I expect to see resistance, like maybe stronger resistance up there, like 63. Um, like ultimate target or like by the move. They were charting in today what was it, like a 20-point move? Yeah, 20 points. So figure 75, and then with the gamma levels, 85 was kind of the length of the strength there. Apple still looks kind of weak here. Weighted AD still looks pretty good though. The key here really is just pay attention to the Nasdaq. You get in 42 before the open, close most at 51. Good shit, bro. Perfect. Still a strong bid below 55 there. Seems. Okay, so get a nice pop there. Dow's. Nasdaq came up to its open, got slapped down. Bunch of people probably cashing out for break even that are stuck. Oh, nothing new there. We should keep going up the Nasdaq, and then this will take us up to 62. Oh. See sellers are really trying to offer and just getting stuck. But what we do want to pay attention to is that we haven't made a new tick high yet, which would show like some sellers getting out, some buyers stepping up. That's what we want to see. We want to see just like continuously get some higher ticks. Like right here, we get on the high. We want to see some buying initiation to kind of popped this thing up, but not really seeing it yet. And the bid and the offer are both kind of weak. The book is kind of light today. Here we go. All right, we should go 63 now. Offer just came back in on the NASDAQ at the open, near the open. All right, come on, NASDAQ. Fucking. Seeing some real green sector boxes. Thick is basically just held nicely above zero. The breadth is not really an indication of a trend day or anything like that. Nasdaq and the Dow both waiting, or the ES and the Dow both waiting on the Nasdaq to pop its open here. It does. You'll probably see that 230 on the Nasdaq. A lot of contracts get traded on that high tick, but we can't go any higher. We got some news coming out soon too, I'm pretty sure. 10 a.m. in like 2 minutes. Apple and Tesla both caught a little bit of a bid too, so they were kind of the drivers on that. Someone's trying to hold the Nasdaq below the open, I think, to kind of acquire positioning here. These look like stop losses lined up here. Whenever you see these like big orders just kind of spreading themselves out above the market. Stop losses or new sell orders, like trying to kind of average in. The longer we stay right here above 55 and don't go higher, the weaker this 55 level becomes, because you figure all this inventory is coming up. We've traded 2 points above that 55, and we just haven't been able to break the top off or pop the lid off. So, just be careful here. Looks like got stuck right there. Buy the dip. Offers trying 55, buyers trying to buy 55. This is the battle zone here. 3,400 contracts trade there. E period opens up. Shorts are stuck again. 53. Come on, NASDAQ. Just fucking get your shit together. Somebody called the CME. Like, I don't know what you traders in the fucking pit are doing, but buy the NASDAQ. Stop fucking around. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. I like that. Like that. Like that. Little offer trying to come in 56. So this is if you bought that dip, right? You bought 54, 53 half, 55 even. Like, take some off right here. You get 2 points. It's nothing wrong with a little 2 points because you know there's risk underneath right here. So if you're still running your initial position, like you just add and then take it off, add and then take it off. Like all you're doing is just making your break even farther away. So just because you add doesn't mean you need to add to look for full trade. You can just add and take off, add and take off, add and take off, and then as that happens, especially as we trade sideways, then when we get this breakout, then you have a runner on instead of just the one lot that you were trailing the whole time, and that's how you get like a nice 3 4 point runner or 3 4 lot runner. And they just start tacking them off like a 60, 62, 64. I'm just speaking my own book here too, and I'm super tired today, so I'm probably not the best person to be taking advice from today. Seems like 55 held like good support, just like our plan was looking for. So 63 is our first take profit here. Maybe 60 might be a safer risk management here. Trying to run into some offers here on 60, but like buyers are still chilling up. Then Nasdaq cannot break its open. I don't know what its deal is. It wants to. So Nasdaq's right at its open. Run, run, sweet chariot. I took another one off on the ES right here, so one left now. Not liking this sell up here. Probably should have held. Above 180 long and strong. Yeah, I like that. I'm long NASDAQ 13208 quarter. I'm long Dow 33,900. And then my ES position's kind of hard to know exactly where it's long because I've been in and out a fucking thousand times. So my average is 48. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it just looks like the market doesn't want to go down. May get some pullbacks if we get some liquidation, but yeah, you're looking at what level did you say? Okay. I kind of think we're going to 4208 half. I don't know about today, but I think that's the target here. Yeah, on the S. So the NASDAQ comparable would be like, let me see. I gotta look at the daily here. So the NASDAQ I got 13,547 half. That's what I'm looking for on the NASDAQ. A ways up, yeah. Mm. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna happen today, but that's just kind of what I. This Dow trade's literally the easiest trade I've ever taken in my entire life. I might be a Dow trader. I honestly might. I got long 33,900, added 33,944. Just two lots. It's literally never. I took a little bit of heat right off the bat, but 10 points on the Dow. That's it. Thank you. Nasdaq just made a new high as well, so Nasdaq decided to catch up. That was the trade right there. Actually worked out. A little bit nervous about that one. So here we go. 75 was that next spot up, and then 85 kind of being the ultimate high based off the zero DTEs today, right? But 75 has nice gamma there as well. What's that? Like a fucking turkey dying outside. It's on, guys. Don't get short. Don't be a hero today. Let the market, like, so on days like this, I understand that it's almost natural human instinct to be like, ah, I can't keep going up forever. Well, it fucking can. So, you know, let it confirm some downside for you before you actually decide, oh, I'm gonna fade it right here. I'm gonna be a hero. Like, in my experience, most times you're really just putting yourself in a tough spot and kind of trying to fight the trend. A little bit of liquidation there. Some good volume comes in. You see 1,600 lots trade on that 70 and the market upticks. I'm fucking taking that. Just not even manages this trade. Let it ride. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I learned that quick. I think that's why it was so beneficial for me, was like don't fight the trend. Like, yes, sir. Like, fucking it just talks about it so much in Jim's books, like to not fight a one time framing market. Like, and not that you can't get short, like there's always opportunities, especially, if you're trading, if, like how we are, like, a lot of times, I mean, pretty much all of our trades we consider scalps, right? Even 10 point, um or actually 74 points. So let's get that right first. Just, but like, but but in reality, like, they are scalps because they're day trades, right? Whereas, like, you're talking about institutional money, even intermediate term money, you know, maybe they capture 60 points, right? But they're capturing 60 points on like 500 lots. So, that's there's a big factor there. But like for all of our trades, they're mostly scalps, and that's why there's opportunity on both sides. But when you get days where there's strong bids, typically, if you're trying to fade those days, and now Nasdaq's leading the market up. Um, is fucking toss delayed? What's the high on your guys' Nasdaq chart, real quick? Yeah, and mine says 1333. Um, my future. Oh no, well, hang on a second. Yeah, yeah, no, 13333. Yeah, on my futures chart it says 13268 half, but on my toss chart it says 1333 against it. Yeah, fucking. No, it's a cash only chart. It showed that wick up on the Nasdaq went higher than it did on this. It's on NQ, it's not MNQ, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe toss is fucked up. Who cares? But anyways, so typically on a day like today or a day like yesterday, where there's a kind of a strong bid in the market, and we could see this bid fall apart, right? But for now, there's a bid in the market, right? You'd want to see the bid fall apart first before trying to fade against it. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're selling it to me. Well, and that's the thing is like the there's if you're looking for a short, right, on a day like today, you've got to. No, I know you were. Yeah. Um, I'm talking just like in general. I'm not talking about anyone personally, but just like on a day like today or a day like yesterday, because I know it happens, right? And just like we were talking, like people want to sell a market that's just popped up, especially if it pops up fast. They're like, ah, no way, this is gonna hold. Well, you've got to look at the order flow. That's what's so nice about the order flow and the volume, because the volume can kind of confirm it for us. So we can see volume moving up here, even though volume is very thin. It is moving higher, and so in days like today, and well, really, we got to be careful of a liquidation here above this 80. Every time we've gotten above 80, the market's liquidated. Um, but like, there's opportunity on both sides, right? Like, most days, because most days are rotational days. If you're able to identify when that rotation is not on, even if you scalped all the way up and you've been selling short and you've just been nailing it. You shorted 64 to 62. Boom, you got some points there. And you were selling up higher, you were selling 58, buying 55, nailing it, right? If you had just been doing the opposite of that, you would have been, one, a lot less stressed most likely, and two, your P&L would be a lot higher. And three, you'd be going with the market. And it's a lot easier to go with the market, and of course, a lot easier in hindsight. But like, use use something, right? That's why we like that 50 moving average on the 1 minute chart, because it really does kind of act like a trend line, right? And sometimes we get too far extended from it. It's got to pull back to the trend, right? Sometimes the trend doesn't hold, it pushes through. But if we're above that 50 moving average on the 1 minute, you see it boom, 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 three hits right off the bat. You're like, oh, I'm shorting. I mean, there's better spots to short, right? If you're gonna short, zoom out a little bit, and then just wait for that trade to come to you. You know what I mean? I think that gets a lot of people. And like Roach was saying, it took him 8 years to learn. I don't think he's alone. I think a lot of people struggle with that all the time. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, you see it in people's trades all the time. Like, it's super common. No, I'm just I'm just trading the trend on the Dow and the Nasdaq. I'm using the ES like price action to kind of like be comparable. Um, and then like if it's correlated, like, so if the Nasdaq's correlated with the ES, like everything's back to basically 1 to 1 now. But this morning, the Dow was moving with the ES, Nasdaq wasn't. So I was trading the Dow with the ES and then waiting on the Nasdaq. But most of the time, I'm just trading the trend, and then I use the daily chart. Like, it's too busy, like for me at least, to have profiles up. I just have the DOM up, so I would just watch the volume profile on the DOM. Yeah, and I think honestly, I think honestly, like, if the profile is like an art, right? And so you learn all the nuances and everything for one specific symbol, right? And for here, the ES is kind of like, that's like my main focus, and that's where I pretty much know all the ins and outs of the ES profile. But the other profiles have different nuances. The data can still be, articulated the same way, but certain things like sequencing on the ES, you don't really see that on the Dow. And then the Nasdaq is a lot more whippy. So like, a lot of times where you would see good excess on the ES on the Nasdaq, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Because we can trade right through it and right back to it, matter of seconds. An area that I have a support zone right here. And if these sellers continue to get stuck along, so notice they get stuck like 72, 72 half. Right, look at that, 3,000 volume comes in and the market just kind of stops. 71 half as well, like 585 traders come down, can't move the market lower. Hmm. Right. Yeah, because even like even yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and that's a good point too because like the Nasdaq really can it can abuse you. Like it can move against you just just to your breaking point, and then decide to come back to you. Like right when you get to ready to close your Nasdaq trade for a loss, as soon as you close it, it goes right back to where you got in, like in a fucking flash. And so it can really cause a lot of heartache and a lot of over trading. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm playing the Roach trade today, so I've got my take profit at 13,330. So should have played it yesterday. It worked out great. I wasn't even looking at it. I'd taken some scalps on the Nasdaq, but nothing really significant. And then I was just looking at the charts at the end of the day yesterday, and I'm like, oh shit! I was like, Roach literally said fucking 13,230 or 220 yesterday. It was like 200 points lower than where the market was at, and then there it was. Yeah, easily. Mhm. I told you, fucking told you, if I have to take this thing up by myself, I was gonna. Yeah, for real. Because what are we at? 34 points? Nice. Yeah, you're waiting for someone to email you back and get your shit set up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when's the last time we had initial balance this big. Yeah. Yeah, above 80, it kind of scares me to get long because you look back here and like every time we've gotten above here, it's caused liquidation. Like even this day, we got up here. Well, we opened up here, actually liquidated. This market finished here. Next day popped up and then liquidated. We got short covering, but then got above, liquidated. What's up? And there's a lot of people that are stuck below 4,100. I think. I think a lot of people are stuck below. And I think smart money, like I think when we look back at the what was the COT report was going to come out the 25th. I bet the 25th was that fucking down day. Yeah, that's going to give us shit data. Well, we'll see. If they bought this level, even though the next day traded lower, but then we ended up coming back up, that does kind of suck. I wish it was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like I was like because of the like how long institutional money is, I was thinking on this day here, if we opened up, if we closed back inside this range, that we would um, continue up. We ended up trading lower, and then like I was waiting for that close up. We ended up trading up there in the overnight session, right? Because you opened up 40.99. So I think a lot of institutional money got long down here, and I think dumb money probably added to their short because they're stuck short um, from here, and then they're getting squeezed. And I mean that's pretty typical when we see like leverage money so short that any failure of a downside move, institutional money will buy, use the low as a stop, which is what I think happened here. I think they all piled in early, and initial stop was down here, and they're targeting that 4208 half. Which, I mean, really is just 25, over 25 points above us. I don't know if we'll get there today, just because like typically when the gamma kind of runs out, even though yesterday we had a pretty outsized day, um, we yeah, the VIX is at 1622. It's just puking into the lows. I'm not even gonna switch back when it's above 20. I love the one tick now. Yeah, yeah, I did. I used to hate the one tick. I don't know. I just I hate switching back and forth. I mean, maybe once, if the 20 VIX, it gives us the volatility, like if we're starting to get, 80-point ranges again for the day, then, two tick can be beneficial. But we're getting, 30, 40-point ranges, even less a lot of times. And even if the VIX is above 20, I don't think it's really beneficial for that. Oh yeah, look, it's going down. I wasn't paying attention. Hmm. See, I'm kind of in the other camp. Like I added on 73 quarter, and then I just added again right there on 72. I'd taken one off at 76. Um, but I mean, it's really just. Hmm. Yeah, and then if it takes this low here, that's like 70. Then I'll have to cut the addition. And that's the thing too. Like, so if you're in a trade, right, and you add to it, if that trade that you added on, let's say you added right here 73 quarter, right, but your average is 64, right? Well, it doesn't mean like, oh well, I've got to just flatten the whole position because it's not pumping up from 73 quarter. You just take the one that you added off. Mine is on. Mine's first in, first out. Hmm. That's what you just gotta. You gotta write it down. Write them down. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's something though that you gotta. It's That's psychological because it might be because you're seeing the P&L on the screen or what it is, but like if you know where you're in it from, then you know where the trade's no good at, and just continue to trade that trade. That's what I think. Like I think honestly too, like looking at your P&L while you're trading, isn't necessarily the best idea, especially if you're looking at each individual trade's P&L. Like obviously you get in and you see like, okay, I'm up 1 point, I'm up 2 points, I'm down 1 point, I'm down 2 points, like, because you can see where your entry was at. But you're not, if you're focused on that number, because that's drawing your attention away from the order flow, right? Because you can't look at both. You can't look at your P&L and the order flow at the same time. And so when you're in a trade, you're continuously evaluating these reasons of why you're in the trade. Pretty decent offer trying to come in here, 74 half to 73 half. Let's see if they can get it. Yeah. But like, you're if you're focused on something else, then you're not paying attention to your trade, and that's going to cause other issues. So you've got to kind of just force it, or do it needs to be done to kind of just, I mean, like maybe change the first in last out thing. I'm not sure, but you should know, like, okay, I added this one here, added this one there. Like, where your trades are, regardless of what that bar across your screen says of where your flat or where your break even spot is at. You should be knowing where the trade is profitable and where it's not profitable. Now that offer came in pretty nice up there. $65 was his halfback, and yeah, right there it is. Yep. Halfback and that previous high. What's this crosshair doing? What the fuck out of here? Got buyers stuck on 67. Just keep trailing it, going back to the top. I got long the ES, Nasdaq, and the Dow on that dip. That was like a free fucking pullback. Yeah, that poor high is not really the greatest look for the market for sure. You're seeing consumer discretionary go back to red. Kind of scary. We had a poor high at 79.25 from. Oh, that's old. Never mind. I was gonna say. I have it on my chart. Says from 2.7. Right. These are my favorite days. Days where sellers just keep getting stuck over and over. I am really cautious up here though, just because of like we're above that 70 to 80 has been like a spot where we've kind of seen like profit taking. Um, and then if we remember, like the COT came out, the last COT was on the 24th, I believe, um, which is here. Oh, here. Actually, just let me look it up. I don't want to be wrong. Fucking professional at it. It was the 18th, so it was this day. Yeah. So on the 18th, you had actually a decent amount of long positions added to asset managed institutional money, and now that we're getting kind of back to this area, it makes sense that they're taking off, especially if they bought that dip again. Average valued in, so their average is probably like 32. The CeeLo? Oh, the B. Oh, no, the B open was down like 55. Yeah, the red is the point of control. Yeah. These buyers on 70 might be getting stuck. They need a bid over that 70 here. That makes sense. Yeah, and so I wonder what it is as far as like, are they positioning to try to hold this thing down just to gather inventory, or are they setting up for a fucking a wamboozle where they're gonna just be like, yeah, 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 it's going up forever, buy it, and then they just fucking smack everybody on top of the head, Jack in the Box style. No, a push to the 80, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Yes. Not even close. Hmm. Oh, there's no sellers in here. Not any strong sellers. Yeah, they don't. They everyone that sold on that dip was just a fucking. I don't want to. I don't want to say it in case anyone sold, but I've been saying it all fucking morning. So, well, yeah. Well, that's what like John's saying is like you got a really strong gamma level at 80 and a really strong gamma level at 70. So we could get trapped up here in this range. Yeah, and there's really no volume up here. Um, longer. Uh, longer term. I don't know, somebody. Okay, okay. The book is thin today for sure. Yeah, the book is super thin. It was, yeah. And if you look like so if we look here, let's do this real quick. Studies, volume profile, settings, play volume in bars, wanna go get that mask volume. Ugh, it's so ugly. Alright. Um we're gonna zoom in here on the order flow. It's kinda hard to see, but what we're snagging from this, right, is we'll start top down and we'll look to see any sizable orders. Okay, so we see about some sizable orders here on the offer side, and about a match with the buy side, right? And we haven't really established above that. But we come back down and we see sizable sell orders, and they're just met with buy orders, and then we get a sizable sell order that obviously doesn't get anywhere, and then you get a big buy order, and then this is two TPOs wide. When we look farther down and you start to see that up auction, like you get some selling here, but look at the size of the buy order that comes in there, right? And I mean it's pretty clear on the uh, TPO on the DOM, or the uh, volume profile on the DOM, but even these got balanced out. These first started as big buy orders. Big buyer stepped in, popped the market up, let it trade back down, and then just absorbed. Let the sellers sell in, they absorbed. Same kind of thing. Got them stuck here, and then big covering happened here, I think, right as we got back above the settle. So a lot of shorts kind of piling out. But you're seeing, these sizable trades from the offer side get lifted by lighter trades, and then all of a sudden up here you're getting big kind of smackers of trades, like big size stepping up, saying no, we're going up. And it's just kind of like a matter of time until they kind of just smack them on. They smack them on, and then they move the market higher, and then they smack them on, move the market higher. Um, but I mean, it definitely doesn't seem, because a lot of times we'll see, or some, not I guess a lot of times, but sometimes you'll see if we're looking at the DOM, right? You'll see like a 1600 lot order trade, right? Well, in here, let's go back to the DOM so we can use the DOM as a reference. Let's get rid of this fucking. Oh, it's obedient here. Okay. So on the DOM here, and you'll see like, well, we erased it all, but you'll see like a big order come in here, right? On the ask, right? So buyers moved up and traded, let's say 1600 here. Over here we got like 300. Um, and then the market's upticking off of that. Well, that lets you know that's a strong bid, right? Now, I mean, same thing inversely, right? We get 700 offer here, and it gets lifted. Well, that's where we look on the back side of that and see our strong bids stepping up behind it. They did, right? I mean, not extremely strong, but the book is thin today, so these 100 lot trades are pretty much doing the job. Um, oh man, Tommy, did you hold the trade or did you bitch out? You bitched out. I knew it. But like, so we're just not seeing any fucking really strong follow through from selling. You're getting some sizable sellers, but every time there's a sizable seller, typically a big bid just steps up and just pushes the market up. So that's the tricky thing about the DOM, is sometimes you think like, oh shit, 700 lot order, these sellers are looking strong, but where does the market go from there, right? If you've got 700 sellers but the market upticks, you know just because sellers are being aggressive doesn't necessarily mean that the sellers are in control. Which one? This one? No, my focus on the DOM is right here, like inside here. Yeah. Right. And then when we start the range, that's when I move over to the volume profile and see, okay, you're getting a lot of, 2,000. I mean, this is almost 4,000 right here. Over here, well, just looking to see if they can actually, be about that life, right? They're obviously selling this level 75. Are they going to down ticket? And then when they do down ticket, what I like to see is, so you see the offer here, right? Now watch as it comes back into here. Do they re-offer it? Do we get another sizable trade? There's a decent one there. More moving down. So they're starting to offer lower here. Now you look to see where that last bid was at. Last bid was here, 73. Are they going to rebid it here? Offer moves down and continue to sell that level. What's that? Oh, yeah, yeah, it worked out. Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, I mean, and you just see the offers like consecutively move down. And so now we look here, 69, 69.75. That's where the last offer was at. So when these offers stop moving down, they're still moving down for now. I like to look for the big ones, right? Big chunks of them that are there and see like, so let's say, I mean, you have, decent bids here. So as it comes in, if you see a rebid, you can buy it, look for a stronger seller to get upticked, you buy it, but you look to see these bigger levels here. So if you're long, right, you're seeing the bid come in, offer still moves down, gets ran over. There's no opportunity to buy there. If you're looking for the pullback, you just haven't had the opportunity to buy it yet. It's just because it's not there, right? Um, Liquidation. So here we go. We get some strong selling on the low with a big chunk buyer, and that upticks. See that? So another good example here. We got stuck shorts with a bid, and now we go back up. Okay, here's the offer. Are they going to reoffer this level? Exactly. Because smart money is patient, right? So if you sell 400 contracts from here and you come down here and you take, some of them off, well, you just made some cash. And if you took the long from the low and this big seller was here, if he doesn't reoffer this level, which he did, but if he doesn't reoffer the level, then he probably got out. And so he's not in the way anymore. And so you can get on the backside of him. And then it's not going to work as simple as that, but like if you get on the backside of that big offer and a bid steps up, then you're a little bit more confident to let the trade work out. I close my longs and then the market just falls apart, huh? Where's the next dip by? 56? We got staples turning red as well. Look at the market's all the way back to the VWAP. What the? Oh, where's our pattern expert? This looks just like an M. That's what we need. I need to take that class. In that second opportunity when it came back up to the high, that was probably the spot to get short. I was just fucking yammering on, but so that's a poor high that's been defended twice now. Interesting though, we get a two negative 1,000 ticks and still have yet to close single prints. And you see a decent offer come back in right there, 62. This is where we stick them. I want to see a pop down to 56. That'd be nice. Still learning the new way of trading. You know what? Like you're you've got to remember in trading, you're always going to be learning, no matter what. All right, shorts are stuck right there. This 57.50. Watch to see if they reoffer it. There's a bid trying to step up on 57.75 here. Offer's still moving lower. Ah, There's the 56. All right, this is a spot that I like right here. There's some opportunity here. Oops. Yeah, it definitely is. And now we've broken the B low as well. So that C period was inside. And so now we've got kind of a one time framing down look. 3 bars in a row making, well, the C period doesn't necessarily. Watch this 55.50. Okay, right here, right here. Watch this. Look to see a bid steps up. Okay, see the bid step up 55.75. See if this offer gives up. Yeah, got stuck. Oh yeah, and then went back to the high. Right. 56.50 still holding a little bit of an offer here. Watch to see if they reoffer this level. Longs are a little bit nervous, but I don't think there's a pop from here. Because there's absorption on the opposite side. 1 second, I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. Bye bye, guys. No worries, bro. No worries. Nah, they're pretty strict. Yeah, it's sometimes annoying. Fuck, even California, like there's yeah, you can mail anything here. So the fucking United States Postal Service doesn't even check. Yeah. Yeah, we can just mail. Yeah, you can mail whatever here. It does they don't care. Yeah, you just can't have it on your person. The airport ever since 9/11 has just been like a fucking shit show. They think everyone. They just like treat everyone like a terrorist. But yeah, exactly. So, like, where's the coke at? I thought you were hiding it in between. Yeah. What were you guys talking about? Need to pay an additional fee per month? Oh, for like what, to see our charts or something? You should be able to do like a new instance, but I don't know if you can do a um there's a lot of short covering coming in oil right now. Big load. Like, well, all day because oil's up like $3, but um you should be able to do a new instance on the same computer, but not a no. No, you just like click file and then click new instance right there and it'll pop up a new thing. You can open up a different chart book. Um but if you want to do oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. And then if you go to trade and then click on trade activity log, um that won't be skewed. Um that'll be right. Yeah. Yeah, that will actually be like the legit information, not fucking not whatever the fuck they're peddling inside this other bullshit. I mean, yeah, it would make sense, but who knows? They fucking I don't know how they even like I don't know how they fuck it up, to be honest with you. But it's all because of that first in, last out, first in, first out. Like it, just like I don't know, stupid. My risk to reward this week has been 4.77. And normally I'm like 2.5. We should have held that long, dope. I was on the phone though. I couldn't really pay attention. I tried to type I'm long like as fast as I could, so you guys could pay attention to the Dom. But I mean, basically, kind of like what we talked about as I was getting that phone call was kind of setting up at that 56. Um, and then we got a nice little move. The Nasdaq, well, I guess the whole market's pretty much about the same. I was gonna say the Nasdaq's back below its open. It puked a little bit harder than the rest. You got back in with one, nice. You're up 2 points. Good job. Yeah, the sellers are stuck on 66, so below that they're gonna try to unlock, and they'll attack that 62. But if they can't get below that 62, then it'll just be back up again. Yeah, I think I think a lot of shorts got stuck right there. A lot of people were like, especially that second move down, they were like, "Oh, this is it, checking the low." I don't think actually I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to that 80 like we are. So I don't think a lot of people pay attention to the profile. I think um, because the profile doesn't give you signals, and most traders, most retail traders are that's what they're looking for, is they're looking for a signal. So they're looking for like that's why they love the MACD or moving average crossover or something like that, because it gives them the signal, and it gives them something to blame if the trade doesn't work. They're like, oh, I got long because the MACD did this, and it's like it doesn't work. And I'm like, well, fucking MACD got me. I'm not going to use it anymore. But was it the MACD? Exactly. Yeah. And I actually kind of like Bollinger Bands, the premise of Bollinger Bands at least, just because they're based off of volatility. So like at least they know the least they can do is tell you when to risk and when not to risk. Like if there's if Bollinger Bands are expanded, that means the volatility is higher. So more risk is out there. When they're really narrow, then there's really not much risk. Yeah. Damn fucking bought 55.75, closed it 64.25 like a bit. Now we're 74. Yeah, see, I don't like to use any indicators to like if this then you're in, if this then you're not. It's like because it's just back testing is not like it's like it's like it's only capturing one aspect of trading, right? And I'm always saying that there's three aspects of trading, right? You got your psychology, you've got your planning, and your execution. And so it's only accounting for execution, but your psychology, like you backtest a strategy that says you want to buy the 50 moving average when it crosses over the 200 moving average every time, and it always works depending upon like the stop that you run. But when you execute the trade in live, if you're actually watching it, or like today's a perfect example, right? Um, like where we started getting long at 48, 48 quarter were the first two fills. Um, that pullback, came 57, so not even back down to the entry, but most people flipped short there and then got stuck. Um, so had I been using a system or something to execute on, probably most likely my psychology would have tapped me out there, or I would have capitulated, like, oh shit, it's coming back down. I got to get out of here. And then here it is, right back up at the high now. We're back at 70. And so like if you're running a position like that, it can get um, it doesn't account for the most important aspect of trading, and then also the third aspect of trading. So like that's just why I'm not. I don't think they have no use. I just think executing off of signals that are drawn or derived from indicators is late every time. Yeah, and then you just got to find the one that helps you stay on track. So if that's Bollinger Bands, and the way that I look at everything is like I use it to manage risk, right? I'm like a risk managing freak when it comes to trading. Like I I that's the first thing I look to do is mitigate risk. Like I don't want to put on too much risk. I don't want to let too much risk build up. Um, and I also don't want to give back a lot of gain as well. Um, and so like whatever you use, like if you're using RSI for divergences, that's I like that. Um, if you're using a moving average, like we're using the 50 moving average here to like kind of depict the trend. So if the 50 average is flat, then the trend is probably flat. If the 50 average is sloped up, then the trend is probably up, right? The VWAP is something I really like. If you see price move up, I want to see the VWAP move up as well, because I want price and volume to meet, because we know volume tells us the success or failure of the auction. Uh, if you use the MACD, there's a guy on YouTube, an older guy who trades minis or trades micros, um, and he uses the MACD a lot. Um, and it helps him stay in trades. And that's kind of what I think these indicators should be used for. They should be used for, like Tommy's saying, like confluence, or the ability to help you stay in a trade or to manage risk, how I use them. So like let's say we're using this 50 moving average as our trend, and we see it, we scroll back here a little bit, and we're seeing this thing pretty upsloping, and we're like, you know what, I'm getting short, right? And then you go back in your trade plan, and you use the 50 moving average in your journaling to tell you trend on a 1 minute chart, and you're like, well, I got short, and we were 10 handles above the 50 moving average, right? And it's not always going to be perfect, right? Obviously this thing traded up to 78 and then came back down 66, flattened out, popped up again, traded through, and is now kind of back to flat. But they can help you be a little bit more patient, right? Like you look at the slope of the moving average here, and then you look at the slope of the moving average here, even here, like a lot steeper, and then here's just kind of rolling over here. So as this was coming back down into it, kind of get that flattened out. The thing is, it's lagging. You know what I mean? Because it's based off of close of the current bar. So as soon as that bar closes, then it changes. And All of those indicators are Bollinger Bands, MACD, RSI, like they're all based off of the close of whatever bar chart that you're looking at. And so it can really just delay you, right? But if you're in a trade here, you're in a trade, let's say you got long the 48, you get a pullback, doesn't even pull back to the 50, the 50 is still holding strong. Another pullback doesn't get back to the 50, 50 still holding strong. And then you start to get a nice move or a break away from this. Well, that that lets you know, like, okay, well, I'm probably pretty good to hold this thing, right? And that's just kind of like the one example, I guess, um, and if you can find something, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, or it's not going to be the same for every person, but if you can find something that will help you stay on track, it can be beneficial in your trading. Like um, let's say the RSI is, well, I don't use the RSI a lot, but let's see I mean, the VWAP, right? Let's say the VWAP is we're getting pretty extended from it, and we're starting to see some signs of exhaustion in the order flow, right? And then, market trades sideways a little bit, and the VWAP starts to kind of flatten out, right? The VWAP was kind of angled up, and since it's kind of flattening out, a little bit of popping here, but for the most part, kind of flattening out. Then we start to think like, okay, well, the opportunity or the odds start to seem like maybe a reversion to mean where price is valued at, right? The volume weighted average price. Yeah, the VOLD. Yeah, yeah. I have the VOLD on this chart here. This is the chart on a different screen. I have the VOLD right here. I like to use the VOLD too every single day. And then I have like the 3 million or whatever, 3 million zeros and then negative 3 million zeros as like a level that if that is above, there's just no opportunity for shorts. Like I don't care what the fuck's going on. I just won't short if the vol is above this level, and I won't get long if the vol is below this level. The same thing, and that's kind of like the indicators that I use are more market internals, um, like the weighted AD. Like if the weighted AD is negative and I'm looking to get long, like I need to really see some other factors because the weighted AD is something that I use for my trading. Right, same with the sector boxes. Right, are we green around, or are we mixed, or are we green where it matters, and red where it doesn't matter, and then the tick as well, and then the weighted the breadth and the advanced decline here, right? A lot of times those can give you that confluence that you need to, either stay in a trade or even just get in a trade to qualify the trade. Um, and and that's kind of like, that's kind of like my shy away from things like that because they're lagging. Whereas like the tick is the fastest indicator, right? The weighted AD it's lagging because it's based off of the last bar close, but it's at least telling us what the market is trying to do, right? And then I like to compare it to yesterday. We see yesterday nice big up day, 1600 was the high up here, but you just kind of measure the size. The number is not really relevant. But you can kind of see like, okay, well we're moving up higher this time, but the weighted AD is not moving up higher this time. So maybe a little bit of divergence there, right? And you're seeing the divergence here with the unweighted because it really should be either in line or right at it, but for whatever reason that maybe there's some lag there. And you look at your charts, you see Nasdaq is the lag there, and so that makes sense, right? Tech is only up 0.29. Almost everything else is looking strong. So you look to tech, see can tech get back above its open? It is, and can it move higher? But yeah, I mean, like all of those things, and it's going to be different for everybody because everybody's pattern recognition is going to be different, or everyone's psychology is going to be different. Everyone's trade execution is going to be different, right? Because we could sit here and say like, okay, these are the 7 reasons that you get into a trade, and these are the only 7 reasons, right? But most of us don't have the discipline to only wait for those 7 reasons to get into a trade. We see 2 reasons and we're like, yeah, I'm in. And that's why I'm very cautious a lot of times being like, oh, I'm long or I'm short, because you still have your execution phase where, you know, like if I get into a trade and it goes down 3 points, I'm just sitting here where some might go to full panic or flatten out, and then as soon as they flatten out, it goes up, or they might just start averaging in, and then it goes down to 70, and now it's -5 points, and I'm flattening out, and they're like, "Hey, what the fuck are you still long?" Blah blah blah. It's like, everyone manages the trade differently because of their psychology. That's why I loop everything back to psychology. Honestly, I think that's the most important thing. But it's you've got to find something really that speaks to you, right? And I'm not saying like the profile has to speak to you, because some people maybe it doesn't. Um, but for those that it doesn't, I just think that they haven't done their homework, because it really is. It really tells you exactly what's going on in the market, right? And you're not going to get that from an indicator. Like if you could trade the indicators, what do you need the fucking candlesticks for? Put the fucking indicators on and then turn the candlesticks off. It doesn't matter. Trade the indicator if you're that confident in it. You know what I mean? Like, but nobody does that. You know. But you just got to find something that works for you. That's why I really like because TJ was using the 1 minute chart with a 50 moving average on it, and I had never really even looked at that. And then as we put it on, the more and more I looked at it, and then even when I looked back at the charts, I was like, man, this thing really kind of gives you a decent trend line. And it's nothing's going to be perfect. Like, if you think like, oh, I can just buy the fucking 20 moving average every time and be good, you know, good luck. But it really does give you at least a baseline, because if it did work, we wouldn't be able to trade. There would be no speculation in the market, because everything you could teach a fucking monkey to do that, or an AI, which is like what they're trying to do. Yeah, I mean, I know how to use Bollinger Bands. I've seen. I know how to. I've done like a lot of actually reading into them. James really likes them. I just don't. I just think they clutter my chart up too much, and just for me, less is more. You know what I mean? Like for me, like besides this screen that you guys see here on the Zoom, my other screen is just a bunch of DOMs and a TPO and a tick, and then that other screen that I showed you guys that has like Tesla, Apple, XLK, and then has a 30-minute chart of all of the ES, the Nasdaq, and the YM, a 30-minute bar chart, just to give me a different perspective in case I get too fixated on the profile. I want to be able to zoom out, and then I have the daily chart naturally always up. The percent is different. So like, are you talking about those arrows? That's that's posting on top of it. Those are fractals for sure. Arrows as a signal and miss the band. Yeah, and that's the thing is like those arrows don't populate. So like this one, you have this picture that you posted right here. That top bar, where the arrow is actually pointing to, that arrow didn't populate until that next bar formed. So you're a lot lower because it's a fractal and it's forming based off like the way a fractal is formed off a bar pattern like this. A high, a higher high, a lower high. This holds fractal forms. Same thing on the low. Fractal. Exactly. And that's the thing is like, yeah, these things might be perfect, um, back tested, but are you going to be able to grade them? That's the issue. That's why well, honestly, most I would imagine. Oh, come on, just take the high little baby back, bitch. Um, most of these indicators, I imagine, were originally created to trade on a daily chart. And people are like, well, I need to trade more than every day, so fuck that. Because humans are impatient. Man, it's just a fucking fact of life. But most of them are created to trade on a daily chart. So like you get a MACD crossover on a daily chart, you get a buy signal. Now, where to buy at, that's going to be, on your own accord. And, you have to have other tools, by like the profile, to find out where a good price to buy is at. Where's the fair price? Because I don't want to buy a fucking unfair price just because the indicator told me to get long. Same thing. Right. And then, even if everything is saying, okay, I should buy this, you still need you still want to buy a fair price. Yeah, and then yeah, the bands, yeah, like those bands to me are meant for managing risk because they measure volatility. The middle band typically um on the Bollinger Bands I think is a 10 moving average. That's the middle band on Bollinger Bands is a moving average, and those upper and lower bands are based off of standard deviations of that middle band. And so I think that's, if you have a strategy that's based off of a moving average, like let's say you use the 50 moving average here. Let's just do it real quick. Um, so if we're using this 1 minute chart and we take Bollinger Bands, and we change the, okay, so it's a 20, right? So we're going to change it to a 50 because that's what we like to use, a 50. And let's go ahead and we'll hide this for now. I'll hide the Brad boxes for now. I'll hide the VWAP for now. Okay. And so we're using this here, and you're saying, okay, well, the 50 moving average is our trend. We like it. Oh, I'm not looking to fade the high, no. No, nope. I'm probably not going to trade anymore, to be honest. I had a pretty good day already. And I had a really good week this week, so um, there's really no need. And I mean, it's the end of the month. Like, this thing's going to go up, probably. I would be surprised if it didn't. It's a 1 minute and it's a 50 moving average, Jason. Um, and so, basically what this is telling us here if you're using this strategy, right? Because it's a deviation of the 50 moving average, and we like that. So when we get long, let's say 48 was our initial long, we get above this deviation, we know we're in an outsized move, so probably need to peel some off, right? We pull back in, no move back to trend, so the bid's still strong. Same thing, peel some off, back in, no move back to 50, you add, and then as we get above this, you peel some off, right? As it comes back in, start to see a topping pattern here. You get a fractal right here. This is a fractal. This is also a fractal. You're going to get a swing point, 2 swing points basically right at the same spot. You get another one here, and then you get another one here, and you get another one here, right? They can just be everywhere. But what you should be using this for is for mitigating risk, right? So if you're this standard deviation, right, and you're looking for a pullback, market pulls back to your 50, boom, you're long. Where's your stop initially? It's here. Has to be. Because you're trading one deviation all the way up, right? The risk might not be as big when you're long 48 and your stop is here because the volatility is less, and that's what these are based off of, the volatility. And so as the market moves up, where do you manage your risk, right? Because you're not an outsized move yet. So as it comes back through, you're trailing your stop. Your stop's here. So you got in here, your stop's here, right? But most people don't do that. That's just not how most people use the Bollinger Bands, but that's how they're originally intended to use, right? And if you use them on a daily chart, how they were originally intended, they work about 100,000 times better. Fucking surprise, surprise. Because that's how they were intended to be used. But like, just for the sake of what we're looking at here, the 50 moving average on the 1 minute chart, well, this kind of gives it to you. It gives you like, okay, these are my expectations, and these are my risk expectations. And if you're not looking, like, a lot of people are looking at this like, okay, every time it gets above this top Bollinger Band, sell. And every time it gets below, buy. And in hindsight, it looks great, right? And that's what TJ's talking about. Like, in hindsight, yeah, it looks amazing. But like, it's just not practical. But it can help you manage risk. And that's why, I'm not 100% against using it. If that's something for me, I will use it incorrectly. I know I will. So I can't have it on my chart. That's why for a long time I didn't put a 1 minute chart up, because I knew I was just gonna fucking abuse it. I was just gonna trade about 100 trades a day because I had a 1 minute chart. I'm like, oh, I'll just get in, get out a million times. And so, like I said, it really is individually dependent, and that's because of you know your own personal psychology. And that's not something that you can be taught. It's just not going to happen. You have to learn it on your own. You can be helped and given ideas, but like, it's just not gonna work. Yeah, it's tough to make a bot based off of indicators, and believe me, I've tried. Um, because everything is contextually dependent too. Just like the profile, we got a poor high here, and everything's kind of telling us, well, we should sell this, right? This poor high, it's weak. If we can't break it, we should just fade this against the high. But everything else in the market is telling us, I mean, the tick is kind of coming off of it a little bit, but everything else in the market is telling us that this poor high is not going to hold. Yeah. I mean, when I could make you a bot right now that backtest fucking and you'd shit your pants. You know what I mean? Like you'd be like, "Oh my god, fucking sign me up. I'll fucking do it today." But it's just not it's contextual. Like it's past data, so exactly. And it's got to work forward as well. And because of these indicators working on hindsight, it it makes it a little bit more difficult because everything in hindsight is always just so much better. You know, you're like, damn, I shouldn't have fucking had that milkshake. Now my stomach hurts. Hindsight, right? Yeah, I could tell if you send me the parameters for exactly what you want um this bot to do on these Bollinger Bands, like it buys here, sells here, it has to have this, has to have that. If you send me a list of that, I'll make it this weekend. Send it to you. Send you the results. I'm pretty fast at making stuff like that. I'm a problem solver. Like if I can't figure something out, I'm gonna figure it out. Yeah, that works. Yeah, send it to me. I don't know. I'm not a huge like programming person, but like I can. It's like speaking Spanish at work. You know, some people can get by speaking Spanish at work, but they couldn't just speak Spanish all the time. Um, but at work, they know enough work Spanish, like fucking to get by. It's kind of like that for me when it comes to coding. Like I can figure out certain coding because I like what it's talking about. But if it's like, oh, I want you to code this English paper or fucking code this program for to measure something, it's like, well, no, doesn't grab my interest, so it's tough. X below 15 or below 16 is at 1593. Another more high, you gotta be kidding. Oh, get this. Lows. So the market will probably puke because I'm gonna go to lows here pretty soon. Typically, every time I go to lows, the market fucking throws up. So. I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's fine. Remember we have this weak level up here, or this we have this kind of weak level up here. It's like 84. Now the market just kind of died right there before trading lower. Where's Bitcoin? Bitcoin did close the gap from yesterday already. So all right, you guys ready for some fucking conspiracy theory shit? This is what I think. I think we're going to 4208 half, right? Maybe not today, but that's the ticket. Um, and then uh, from there, I'm not really sure. It depends on the reaction. Um, but with Bitcoin or with crypto, and this is all kind of well, not kind of. It's fucking literally made up. Um, Imagine with me for a second that crypto was created by the U.S. government. Okay. Um, and they use this Asian name to make people distrust it at first, right? Because Americans are fucking racist, right? Um, or just dumb because they're like, I don't know that name. I'm not trusting it. Mostly old people, right? Um, and so they were able to mine all this Bitcoin and accumulate it all themselves. And the market trades higher, right? Much higher. 65,000 was like the high. And at when Bitcoin hit 60,000 the first time, James's dad called him and asked him about Bitcoin. And I had already been kind of speculating about, this thing it's too high. And then when that happened, I'm like, oh, there's a ticket. Like, we need to sell this all because that's not a good sign. If someone who has like basically no inclination about cryptocurrency starts to be like, maybe I should know about this, that's when you know that the psychological, like it's reaching the masses. And by the time it reaches the masses, those are the laggards. It's too late. And so then we get this big move down. Bitcoin just trades sideways forever. And then we're starting to get this big move up, right? And at the same time that we're getting this bigger move up on Bitcoin, we're also getting a fear in the world about the dollar, right? Which is just stupid. Um, because there's nothing that can replace the dollar, and that's not me just saying that because I'm American. It's just like it's just not going to happen. And if it did happen, the closest party to take it over would be the UK. Would be the pound or the euro, something like that. Not the one like that everyone's kind of fearing about. But so imagine they keep running this fear: the dollar's going to crash and the dollar's going to go to zero. So what we're looking for here is continuation on Bitcoin and people basically kind of afraid that they're gonna all their dollars are gonna be going worthless, so they're gonna start buying crypto, and crypto's gonna go up, right? And then the U.S. government goes, "Hey, guess what? We made it up. We made up Bitcoin. We made up crypto. Whoops!" And so then all your money's gonna go to nothing. All the crypto you bought, nothing. But then they go, hey, don't worry, little guy. I got these CBDCs for you. And at that point, most of the people, because like if you look at the population in the United States range of wealth, most people being low, 1%, like fucking 1% of the population has like 90% of the money or something like that. Um, they're going to be almost forced to be like, yeah, I'll accept and take those CBDCs, and then the government gets every dollar tracked, and they get to control everything that you do and get and things like that. That's kind of what I think. That's kind of what I think. Like that's kind of what I think. That's kind of what I think. I think we're going to get one more big move up in crypto, and you're going to start seeing like people that you wouldn't normally see start trying to cash their dollars into crypto, and then the government's going to come out and be like, yeah, we made it up. Fucking Hashi Yakanoro or whatever the fucking Bitcoin maker's name is. Like, like, how come, like, that's one thing I just don't get that. Like, why do we not know who this person is? Nobody knows anything about him. Nothing. So, a little conspiracy there. I like a little conspiracy in my life. I like a good conspiracy from time to time. And we're not getting crazy with the flat Earth and everything, like, but it's because the CBDC thing is actually real. You know what I mean? Like that you can trade what? Yeah, and they're and like because nobody yeah, and because nobody knows they're going to regulate it. But like how can they regulate it if they don't know it? Like they don't yeah. And how do we know that like people aren't just secretly like backdooring bitcoins into the market? Like, because we have no idea. It's like, gold is traded off of how much gold supply there is, right? Most of these commodities, because that's kind of what Bitcoin's becoming, commodity, like most of them are traded off of the supply, right? Well, we have like an overview of like how, like, if you ask someone how many Bitcoins there are, they'll tell you the exact. If someone's like deep into Bitcoin, they'll tell you there's this many and there's this many left and there's a halving and this, and they'll tell you everything that you need to know, but they can't tell you where it's derived from. Exactly, with the nickel. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so like for me, it's not like I really like the idea of crypto. So don't get the idea that I'm like a crypto hater. But I like the idea of being able to peer to peer transfer money without any other intervention. Like if TJ made me a kitchen table and I wanted to pay for it and I didn't want him to have to pay tax on it. Let's say table's $2,000, right? Anything over $500 it has to be reported, and then fucking I think it's even $300 now. I think they lowered it last year, whatever it is. But like then he has to pay taxes on it, and I got to pay taxes on it. So instead of him making the $2,000 for his table, makes less, and now I'm gonna try to Jew him down because I don't want to pay that because I know I'm gonna pay tax on top of that. I don't want to pay the full 2,000. So then it just becomes like a sticky situation. But if we could literally just be like, oh yeah, 2,000, that's a good price. Boom, here's your money, here's my table, fucking deal's done, right? So I love the idea of it, but if it becomes regulated, then that's not that's like the opposite of the idea of it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And so if they can scare, and I think that it has to do with the Fed, right? The Fed, imagine you lent too much of something out, right? You need to get it back, right? You lent out too many dollars, and you need them back so you can curb this inflation. Well, how would you do that? Tell people that dollars aren't worth shit, right? People will get rid of them. I mean, like we've got a pretty diverse group of people in here, but like average people, they're like, oh shit, dollars going to zero. I need to change my US dollars into Canadian dollars or whatever it is. Like, you know, people will do that. And so like especially people that watch the news all the time, which is too much. And they get all their dollars back, and then once they got all their dollars back, they're like, hey, you've been and because you can't buy stuff in the US with Canadian dollars, but a lot of places now are accepting crypto. So if you wanted to buy stuff, you can use crypto. And they even have crypto ATM machines. So like you need to buy something at the store, you keep all your money in crypto and then just go pull it out. I don't know if you guys have seen them, but I've seen a bunch of crypto like Bitcoin ATMs. And like they they just get all their dollars back, and then once they get all their dollars back and you've put all of your money into crypto, now they have your money twice, and they're like, hey, guess what, I win again. I'm the government. I fucking always win no matter what. So just throw some tea in the ocean about that, bitches. And like there goes the debt, right? Because they got all their money back, so now the US doesn't have a debt. Now the US doesn't have to worry about being in this fear of battle for first place from China and Russia teaming up, re-solidify themselves as the top dog. And everyone's poor, so they have to rely on the government, and that's exactly what the government wants. So, but like I said, all made up inside my brain. So, you know, not trying to fearmonger you here. Just saying, like, when you really think about it, like that's it's not something that you could rule out or should rule out. It might sound crazy, but I mean, you really think about it, your iPhone. Like, how many times have we been on the fucking stream and all of a sudden Siri just pipes up from my watch? You know, bitch is always listening. Like, so like they have the control. They already have it. But the one thing they don't have control over is every single transaction. And if they could get control of every single transaction, then it becomes easier to control. And that's kind of the name of the game. Because you think about necessities, people need things people actually need. Like nobody needs a fucking nobody needs the internet really. Nobody needs it. It's nice, right? But you don't need it to survive. You need water, you need oxygen, you need like substance, right? Yeah. I'm anxious to see if I know Tucker Carlson took some job in San Diego, but I thought maybe Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon would team up. They should team up, start their own network. They'd be huge. They cover pretty much all the bases. Black guy, white guy, gay guy, left wing, right wing. Like, those boxes are checked there. People would watch. Yeah. And like it's sad because Joe Biden gets treated the same way. People are like, "Fuck Joe Biden." It's like, okay, you don't like him, great, but he is the president of the United States. So cheering against him is just stupid. Yeah, like that's the thing I don't understand. Like you can be mad or dislike who became the president. Robots, yeah, but like cheering, yeah. Well, it's because they're afraid. They're just like afraid of what he might say and afraid of getting in trouble because he said something on their uh, network or on their platform views. Yeah. Well, they all these companies get government subsidies, like a fuck ton of government subsidies. So yeah, yeah. I mean, you see it all the time. Like, I mean, even look all the way back to Clinton. I mean, as far back as I can remember, I guess. Um, like he got like yeah, he maybe didn't do the best stuff, but like the whole time he was in office, like nobody really liked him. People liked him after he became the president. And then Bush, nobody ever liked Bush. But it's like if you've got the new captain of the team and you're just like, well, fuck you, I'm not passing you the ball. Like, well, it's the captain of the team, you dumb fuck. He's a leader of the team. Like, yeah, you might not like him, but if you want to win, You got to work together. And so it's like Trump, when he got elected, they spent 4 years just trying to uh take him out, whatever that's called, impeach him the whole time. Like, I mean, his impeachment trial basically started the day he swore in. And then it's the same thing with Biden. Like, a lot of the people that were Trump supporters, and I'm not a I'm not a big politics person. Because just think it's all full of shit. Yeah. I like to see the people's reaction, because people just are like, no, fucking, it's Trump. And you're like, what? Like, or they're like, fucking, it's Biden. Fuck Trump. And you're like, you can't be that dumb. Yeah. And it's all the information that you're fed. Yeah. That's why we're getting to a point where, like, the only information you can actually trust is anecdotal. Like, and not even anecdotal, like, you need to see it yourself to really know that it happened. Because if not, I mean, there's so many, like, there's stories of going around right now that back in, and this may, and I maybe Elon's trying to get himself out of some trouble, but back in 2020, Elon would more or less manipulate Tesla's stock price by tweeting stuff. but but so, like, some reports that are coming out right now are saying that those were deep fakes, deep AI fakes, and it wasn't actually him saying that. And I've seen some of these like deep fakes that they call them, or like those AI produced pictures and stuff and videos, and they're pretty. I mean, you can't tell exactly. Someone posts them on Twitter or on TikTok, and then everyone's like, "Oh fuck!" And then most people these days have an attention span of like 35 or 38 seconds, whatever they said. So, like, if you can put information in front of them in 38 seconds, they're gonna be like, fucking, oh my god, I can't believe that. And then, yeah, the truth, exactly. And so, like, but then it's tough because, like, you can't be the opposite spectrum of that either, because then you just won't believe anything. Anytime anyone tells you something, it's like, no, no, no. It's like all these people that are like Canada is saying 2 plus 2 is not necessarily always four. And it's like, well, show me your fucking business, and I'm gonna come in and buy everything and be like, here's $4. Like, no, 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 no. You don't understand how math works, because all this stuff added up. I mean, you get a price, I get a price, but who knows who's right here? But I'm only giving you $4, and that's it. So, like, there has to be there has to be constants, and, like, that's what math is exactness. Like, and if it's not, then it's just not worth learning. You know what I mean? If 2 plus 2 is not always equaling 4, then no point in wasting your time learning that, because it's just, it's fucking fantasy. It's like, if you believe in the Bible, then you believe in it. Some people don't, and if they don't believe in it, then they're not going to waste their time learning it, because, well, one, because they just, there's they people don't want to expand their brain at all or think outside of their safe zone. And two, like, most of those people are just so close minded in all aspects of their life that they they can't possibly imagine any other opportunity. And that may be something that we're learning about math, but I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. But things like this can happen, right? People can be so easily manipulated into basically changing who they are as a person. What's to outrule that crypto was created by the U.S. government, and they're just gonna fucking pull the curtain down one day. Wizard of Oz, motherfucker. Tap those red shoes all you want. You're not going anywhere, bitch. I own your ass. Like, yeah, I mean, the thing is that the division JCO on YouTube said Congress needs to work together. But the thing is, they are working together. They're working together to keep us divided, if that makes sense. And that's their, like, I mean, if you can keep people distracted, it's a lot easier to be a magician, right? Because there's no such thing as magic, right? Not that we know of, but we do know that magicians exist, and the art is not the art of magic. They don't actually make a ball disappear and reappear, but they are masters of distraction. And so it seems like it does disappear and then it reappears. Yeah. And you know, if we if we can get fooled by some street artist that's practicing magic, exactly. And imagine if you had all the information about a group in a certain area, because everybody has an iPhone, right? So they know everything about you. They know if you fucking they know what kind of toilet paper you like. You know, that's how deep they know you. They don't waste money on this data collecting for no reason. Smart. Right. And like what do you, and like what do you sorry, go ahead. Oh yeah, they just got it stored. But if they wanted to find out, yeah. And you're a lot more like susceptible to buy something. Um you're a lot more susceptible. You guys are gonna fucking get me training here all goddamn day. Um the um the you're a lot more susceptible to buy things or to think a certain way when you are seeing it all the time. You know what I mean? So like if you've got an area where 85% of the people in the area are Fox News subscribers or Fox News tuner, they tune into Fox News. Well, now you know, like, okay, well, if I need this area to think a certain way, or if I'm trying to get votes in this area, well, 85% of the people are into this. What do I need to do to get them to like me? Well, if they all like this shit, and then you start mining their data, well, makes it pretty easy. Right. And that's how easy it is. And I mean, I think it's just because, well, like you've got the, like we think of like the people that work in government like, oh, they're dumb fucking idiots, and that's how they want us to think that they're just stupid. But like, they know what the fuck they're doing. They're not dumb. They know exactly what they're up to. And if it, like you're saying, like if you decided, oh, I want everyone to drink fucking water, that's how easy it is. I'll just replace all the, I mean, think about fucking everything now. Like even Gatorade, starting from Gatorade. Like Gatorade is not like some superhuman drink that's just gonna fucking turn you into a superior athlete, right? It's just water that's flavored with salt in it. That's it. But I mean, think about how many sports drinks there are, energy drinks. Like it, the beverage. James was saying this the other day. The beverage uh, market is like some of the smartest people in the whole world, right? Like, oh, Coca Cola. How do we get everyone addicted to it? I know. Put cocaine in it. Right? Oh, cocaine's illegal now. Oh, let me put some other drug into it that's gonna addict everybody. And exactly because we exactly. It, it's the same. Yeah, it's exactly the same. And if you really look for it, you'll find it everywhere. Right? But what can you do about it, right? That's the real question. Like, okay, you sit here fucking talking about it. What can you do about it? You can't really do anything about it because you're just you. There's just no chance. This is a problem that's been happening, or just a situation. I don't know necessarily if it's a problem, because when I encounter most people, I would say 90% of most people are fucking worthless. And you know what? They're probably better off getting controlled, because if not, who knows what the fuck they'll do? Probably nothing, and be non-contributing like all the fucking homeless. So most people are just content just making it. They're like, yeah, I'm good. Paycheck to paycheck, fucking, I don't need anything. I'm good. Right? And if you want to live off the grid, good fucking luck. You better find some new land and discover a new country so you can own it, and then build a fucking army to defend it. Because if not, the U.S. is gonna come take it, right? Or not, if not the U.S., somebody else. Especially if you have some commodities or some money there. And these are not, like I said, this is not really conspiracy. This is just a fact. These things do happen. And like there's certain things that they've changed. They've like reintroduced a bill, certain bills like laws and stuff like that, and just changed the name on them. Same exact, all the meat and potatoes that are in between that front page and last page are exactly the same, but that front page has a different name on it. And people are like, you know what? That doesn't sound too bad. I can vote for that. Yeah, exactly. And really, like, all of this stuff leads back to psychology. And so, like, if you find yourself in some of these shoes where you are a fuck Joe Biden or a fuck Trump type of person, think about your brain for a second, you know? That's a very extreme position to take because have you done the research? Like that's the biggest issue is most people don't do the research. They just form an opinion based off of, a far I mean mostly one-sided but a very small amount of information and then they form their general opinion, right? Like I mean even to the profile. A lot of people look at the profile and they're like, "No, no, it doesn't work." What do you mean it doesn't work? It's not trying to fucking work. Like what are you talking about doesn't work? Like if you don't understand something, and if you don't put in the time to understand it, you'll never understand it. And so then what's the easiest way to not have to waste your time? Tell yourself it doesn't work. What's the easiest way to pass blame from a trade? Blame it on somebody else or blame it on an indicator or blame it on fucking Powell, right? Like, fucking Powell fucked me. If he wouldn't have said that, this thing was going to the fucking moon. Was it though? Like, and that's their understanding of human psychology is that most humans do that instead of trying to understand themselves or trying to understand something. They're like, it's just easier to form an opinion and just be like, yeah. Like if you go down the street and you're like find people that are like, they love Trump or they hate Trump or they love Joe Biden, they hate Joe Biden, ask them why, right? Yeah, there's people and people are like, like I mean, yeah, he is racist. He's old, like, but like, he grew up when fucking shit was segregated. So probably, if his brain was trained to segregate shit, I mean, he's like 80 now. So, but like, but that's the thing is like, they don't know that. Well, and like, if you look at Donald Trump, like back in the day, like the things he's done doesn't seem very racist to me, right? He seems like he's had a lot of friends from all walks of life. He might be narcissistic and only be looking out for himself, but who's not in the big scheme of things, right? And honestly, you should be because you can't be if you give everything that you have, you'll have nothing. It's but most people are just like they're black and white, boom, and it's just that's just not how life is. Not black and white, right? Just not. It's like a big topic in the United States is the abortion thing. Right? People are like, no, we're banning abortion. Like, well, what if they're raped? Like, banned. Nope, banned. Make her carry it full term. Like, that's fucked up. Like, to me, I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, that's gonna, I don't know. Like, or even like there's like a big trans movement in the United States. Oh, hang on, Chris. Hold on. Hello? Hey, hey. Okay. Yeah, bye. I mean, it's definitely seemed like the tempo's slowing down, but it's like I don't think it's stopping out. I mean, look at the weighted AD, and you have sequencing as well. Yeah, and above the 70, because we talked about those two big gamma levels, 70 and 80. the 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 volume. Yeah, exactly. They're starting to move higher. There's just a lot of gamma there. So like if they could pin the market to 180 and close the market at 180, they're winners. You know what I mean? Um, because of all the gamma that would be expiring, and they do it with like a bunch of levels naturally because they're not just trading from like here to there. They're it's a lot more complex. Um, like really the largest gamma level is still above, and it's at 4220. And I think like 4222 half would be a gap filled to the upside. And so everyone what? Yeah, how can you not? So now that we've gone on that huge rant about all kinds of stuff, and you see that everything leads back to personal thought, if you feel like maybe your psychology is the part of your trading that is really getting you, then you know where you need to focus your work at and start to try to understand yourself and understand your own personal psychology because the brain is a very understood thing, and so there's no set rules, right? Like they have things that like, oh, if you do these exercises, you'll be stronger, you jump higher. A lot of the exercises can be very similar because muscles for the most part um, can be improved or disproved the same way, whereas the brain, it just they don't have the understanding that they do of like the skeletal uh, system, and so you really have to kind of find that on your own. Yeah, right. And where it stores it and you think your human nature is to do the things that's easiest. So when you challenge your brain, unless you continue to challenge it, right? Like you're trying to break a bad habit, it's going to be tough because your bias is going to lean towards what's easier. Oh, it's easier. I'll just I'll just do the easier thing. It's easier. That's why it's always, I think, important to write down your bias before every day starts. Are you bullish or bearish today? Right, and then look at the end of the day. Did you trade your bias? Was it right, or did you let your bias get in the way and you traded poorly because your bias was in your way all day? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If like let's say I'm long bias, right? Oh, I fucking have a friend like that. Yeah, I agree. I think so. Like, I mean, and I'm the same way. Fuck, if I'm walking down the aisle, or if, like, let's say I've got everything in my cart, and I'm walking up to the front of the store, see some chips, I'm like, oh shit, let me grab these. They're right here. Yeah, I mean that's why like when you walk down. Well, I don't know if it's like this everywhere else, but like if you're in a grocery store and you're walking through like to check out, you know, fucking chips and soda on one side, candy and gum on the other side. And you're like, I could use a pack of gum. Then you fucking get it, you put one piece in, you put it in your car, and fucking you never touch it again. Yeah. And especially it's designed too for people with children because your kids naturally like, oh, I have a candy bar. Yeah. And then, you know, you got to be like me and be like, no, that's garbage. And then the fucking cashier lady looks at you like, this guy's a jerk. He won't even get his kid a candy bar. I'm like, you know why I don't want to get him a candy bar? Because I don't want him to work here when he gets as old as you. And then they get all pissy. And it's like, how many candy bars did you eat as a kid? I do it though, because I don't give a fuck. It's just if people try to push themselves into my life, then I push back. But if not, I'm just quiet. It's once you step into my family life that your life's gonna change. Because I don't let shit slide. Yeah, for the worst. Because I'm a dick most times. I don't let shit slide when it comes to my family. Just it's just yeah, it's just built up like in the inside. Yeah, exactly. Because most of the time I'm just like super quiet. People say dumb shit all the time. I'm just like yeah. I don't really say anything because you can't really, if you're always talking, you can't really learn. You know what I mean? It's something I'm trying to work on with my daughter because she always feels like she's got to chime in. And I'm like, we're not having a discussion. I'm fucking telling you something right now. So shut your mouth and just pay attention. But, you know, it's a learned thing because like who she's around with all the time, like if you listen to kids have conversations now, they just fucking they just talk, all of them at the same time. It's it's insane. Like how are you guys even understanding each other? Like you guys aren't. This is not. You guys are just talking just to talk. There's nothing coming out of this. Everybody's important. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and the thing is, it's like it sucks because like as a kid, you see these other kids, and it's not their fault because they're not kids are dumb, right? All of them. Their brain's not even fully developed, and so like if all of their friends are dumb, then they're probably going to be dumb, and if their parents are dumb, then they're probably going to be dumb. I was at a class the other day, and one of the parents' kid is a little chunky, and he's like, "Oh, my kid, he fucking plays the video game all day." And I'm like, "What? Fucking throw that shit in the pool. Like throw it." Yeah. He's like, "Gets up at 6 a.m. and plays the video game." Like, the fuck out of here. Yeah, beat his ass a little bit. Yeah. But like that's the thing, is like they feel like because they feel like everyone's opinions matter, and like, you know, I'm a believer in, as a kid, your opinion doesn't mean shit because you don't know shit. You haven't experienced life. You don't even fucking live, because the only reason you survive every day is because of me. That's it. You know? Like, so like your opinion doesn't matter at all. I don't care about it. Like it's just that simple. Like, I mean, and it sounds like when you say it, you're like, oh, dick, that guy's a jerk. Oh, bad. Like, but if you really think about it, kids don't fucking know what's good for them and what's bad for them. They don't fucking know. And their immediate inclination is to try it. Oh yeah, I hear. Oh, big time. And like even my generation, like a lot of the people that are my age or my generation have like conditions or underlying issues that are caused, by like just all the shit that we eat. Like you think about like some of these World War II vets, they had home cooked meals every meal. They didn't go to fast food, back then, like because back in the day, that's how they did it. They didn't go to fast food because fast food wasn't, well, one, wasn't really around, and two, it wasn't cost effective to go to fast food. It wasn't your all of your time wasn't consumed back then as it is now. Above this 80, we got volume on 80. So if a retrace happens, 80 holds a support, you look for that 94. That's that next level up. But like that's the thing, is like it's crazy to me that people, because there's like a parenting style now that's like where you work together with your kid, and like, hey Johnny, do you want to play football? Okay. You want to try it? Okay. Go to a practice? Oh, you don't like it? Okay, you can quit. Like, what kind of fucking lesson is that? You know what I mean? No chance. You started it, you're finishing it. You don't like it? Fucking move out. Make your own fucking rules. Dude, oh, I'm a perfect example, because when I was a kid, not that I just got to do what I wanted, but like if I didn't like something, like I just wouldn't, like I grew up like eating a lot of fast food unless I was at my dad's house. My dad cooked a lot of food. But when I was at my mom's house, and I was at my mom's house most of the time, we got a lot of fast food because my mom had 5 kids and she worked. And so she would leave before school and get home after school. So it's just easier for her on the way home, instead of making food for 5 kids, to fucking but just get something, right? Taco Bell, my fucking staple in life. It wasn't until I met James and moved, to a different country that I was like, other foods are good. Like fuck, let me try some of this stuff. And it really is so easy to get dead set. What's that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm like sushi. I never ate sushi ever, and I wouldn't even try it. I'm like, fuck no, you're not tricking me with this. It doesn't look good. I'm not having it. But like then once I had sushi, I'm like, damn. Now I'm eating like sushimi or whatever the fucking like the raw fish is, and that shit's fire. I love that shit. But like when I was a kid, you couldn't have paid me. But like things like that stick with me are the lessons that, you know, when my dad makes dinner, sit down and he's like, you're like, can I get up? And you're like, is the fucking plate empty? No. Then fucking don't say anything anymore. I don't want to hear your voice until you're done with your food. Or like, I mean, and I do the same shit. Like the other day we're like, we got home from jujitsu and my kid's like, let's go to McDonald's. I'm like, no, I'm making steak tonight. And Curtis is real similar to me. He's like, all right, cool, steak. I'll eat steak every fucking day. My daughter's like, well, I don't want steak. I'm like, well, then you'll fucking starve. And that'll be it. Like, if you want to live, you'll eat steak. Like, you know? But like some parents will like I'm not making two meals, you know what I mean? Like I'm not making fucking a bunch of shit just to for convenience. And that's the thing is like people do that like I don't know who said that, but like it's like a babysitter with these video games. Like, you know, yeah, complain about it. Well, yeah, I don't feel bad. I used to have when I was a kid, I had a PlayStation 2. My stepdad had a PlayStation 2, never allowed to touch it. And if I got caught, it wouldn't be great, right? Oh, 100% midnight fucking sneak in the living room, fucking play the game. Yeah. Oh yeah. But like and so for me like recently I caught my daughter she had a TikTok. I found it on her phone. Not the app. She was logging in through the Internet Explorer, but she's not smart enough to fucking close all the tabs. I just opened the tabs and then found them all. And so then I just deleted it and then took her phone away. And now she has no phone. And she's like, well, that's not fair. All my friends have phones. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about any of your friends. Not my kids. And like, you're exactly like the kids might not like you, but that's not your fucking job. You're not their friend. Not their friend. You know? Yep. Exactly. I remember as a uh, I was saying like I remember as a kid, me and my stepmom would get into just so much shit. Uh, and I'm sure she would just probably be like, fuck, I'm gonna take this kid out back and fucking beat his ass. But like, because of the position that she's in, she's almost forced to try to please me. And if you're a smart kid, you start using that to your advantage, right? Like, you're like, oh, well, she'll do whatever the fuck I want. Because if she doesn't, I'll just, yeah, exactly. And so, like, now with the internet, like almost everybody can learn easy things like this. And so it just becomes a little bit easier. And then also it's a fine line because you're like, okay, well, like, you know, if all of her friends are having this, I don't want my kid to be an outcast because she doesn't have this. And then so parents start to feel bad. And like, I mean, the thought process literally never crosses my mind. I literally stick to the belief that like as a kid, you only survive every day because of me. That's it. Without me, you will die. Like you're not self-sustaining, you don't make any money, you don't pay any bills. Like without me, you will die. So you think not having the phone is bad. Imagine not having this fucking house. Imagine not having the food. Imagine not having those clothes on your back. You know what I mean? And so like that's how I think. And that's why and I tell my kids those exact things. Like I've told my kids multiple times when they complain about stupid shit like video games or cell phones, shit like that. I'm like, imagine having nothing. Because there's people that don't, right? Like fucking I mean even 18 like I mean as long as you live here and I pay for all your shit, I own you. You're mine. Yeah. Yeah, you've taught them how to fly long enough and now it's time to fucking jump out of the nest. Yeah, I also tell my kids too like on the opposite side like, you know, no one else in your life will do the things for you that I will do. None of your fucking friends, none of your teachers, right? They might seem nice, they might, you know, because that's who you become like as a parent. If unless you're trying to be their friend all the time, you're the bad guy, right? Like, oh fucking dad said I can't watch TV. Meh. Like fuck that TV, right? But like also, if someone's bullying you, like who are you gonna come tell? You don't want to tell your friends. Your friends will be like, pussy. But you come tell me, and then I'll show up at the fucking school. Like, which one of you little fuckers is picking on my daughter? And where's your fucking parents so I can slap the shit out of an adult? Like, you know, because that shit, you know, and that's and I tell my kids that exact thing. Like those are the things that I'm willing to do for my family, and so as a kid, your job is to learn that. Your job is not to be happy, right? Newsflash: life's not always fucking happy, and if you can't handle it when it's not happy, you're never gonna be happy. So you know if you can't enjoy the hard times, you're not gonna ever have good times to enjoy. And it's like you know it's just a fact of life. Like it's not like you know not like I'm being hard on the kids or fucking. I'm just being honest with them. Like I'm just straight up with them. That's why like I swear in front of my kids, and a lot of people are like, oh, that's bad. Fucking like just a word for me, right? You take it as a bad because of how you were raised, but for me, it's not anything different. You listen to my dad or my mom, right? The F word's just a fucking word. Just it always has been. Like my mom's a, Bradley, get the fuck in your room. It's not like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. It's just that's just just it's just a word. And that's what and a lot of people are like afraid to say no too. And what's that? There's like a song that's like, thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain, right? Those are factual statements because you know how how can you know what joy is if you don't know what pain is? Like if your kid every time you go to the store says I want the candy bar, you say yes every time. The one time you say no, they're gonna have a fucking fit. And I've seen kids fucking in the store just taking a fucking fit. And I'm thinking, and I'll see them and I'm with my kids, and I'll look at my kids and I'm like, if you ever act like that in the store, I'll whip your ass. And they're like, yeah, we're not doing that. Like like, and it's not because because I've never whipped their ass ever. I stopped. I used to spank my son. My daughter never got spanked, but I would spank my son until he turned like 3 years old, and he was just like, "Fucking better go get a bat or something, because you're a bitch." Like it just didn't phase him, you know. He just like would get spanked and then just like do whatever he wanted anyways. Like, well, temporary. Like he understood that temporary pain, but I'm still gonna do what I want. And that's I think the lesson. And then once he learned that lesson, then there's no reason to spank him anymore. And it's like, but if your kid is always getting yes, 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 when they don't get what they want, they're gonna take a fit. And that's kind of what's happening in the United States. Everyone's like, I want to be important, and you need to listen to me. You need to respect what I think. But like, well, what about what I think? You know, what about what I think? Like, it's not important anymore because it's only important what you think now. Like that's just it's just not healthy. Like it's like a lot of adults are getting raised now. A lot of adults are becoming adults thinking that they're owed something. Like, oh, well, the generation before me fucked everything up. Now I'll never be successful. And it's like, anytime anyone says anything like that, like, oh, we're gonna lose or we're not gonna win. Like, well, not with that fucking thought process. We're not. Like, like, have you ever won at anything thinking that you're gonna lose the whole time? No, probably not. Because it's just, I mean, there's probably some outliers, but for the most part, it's just not a thing. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't like dope that I see what you're saying about like China and stuff. Like, I don't think that's. Oh, that was a while ago. My bad. I don't think that is actually happening though. China's biggest export is cheap labor. That's their biggest export, and it's by a huge margin compared to their next thing. No. What's the psychological process behind that? Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like a common misconception. Like here in the United States, like, oh, made in China, made in China, made in China. Everything's made in China. Like, actually, nothing's made in China. It's all assembled in China. It's just shipped there from various parts of the world and then assembled, and then they stamp on made in China. Well, made, assembled, they're like the same word, but it's not. It's not. A lot of things are not made there. They're just assembled there. And that's what I'm saying. Because of the cheap labor, they're able to do that, and that's because of their communist ties, right? Because if we imagine if everyone in the United States was just like, you know what, 5.50 for minimum wage, I like that. That's good. I won't say anything about it. But no, I mean now minimum wage people at McDonald's are making $16 an hour, and like no offense to anyone that works at McDonald's, but it's not a very mentally taxing job. I mean I my kids can cook a cheeseburger. The biggest issue that working there would be dealing with all the fucking people for me. But I mean, you're not. It's not rocket science. You know what I mean? It doesn't. It's not changing a fucking starter on a car. It's something that can be like there's no school behind it. You go there, you do on the weeks of on job training, and then boom, you're on it. But in China, they're like, you know what? Everyone's gonna make the same, no matter what. You know, nothing's really like if you think about a tribe, right? How if you've ever read any books about tribalism, and they kind of max out the number of people that tribalism works with, and I think it's like 230, where everything is equal, separated equally. But if you think about people in a tribe, right? You have hunters, you have gatherers, you have the mothers, you have the warriors, right? The jobs are different, more challenging, different ways. But some are more difficult than others. I would say hunting a deer is probably more difficult than picking berries, right? Both equally important to provide the subsistence, but difficulty will pay in the United States more money. And because we have that, people are always striving to be better. And like they're saying, like if you have communism, what's the point of striving to be better? I'd rather pick berries than fucking hunt deer. It's easier. If I'm going to get paid the same and you get your choice. One time, when I was recruiting in the army, I had a kid come up to me and I said, "Hey, you ever thought about joining the army?" And he's like, "Yeah, but I'm going to join the Air Force." And I was like, "Oh, why the Air Force?" And he's like, "Well, it's the same benefits, but it's easier." And I said, "Well, fucking good for you. You're smart." Like, you know, you can't argue with that. I didn't even, try to use my fucking recruiter magic on him. I was just like, this kid's fucking going places. Let me not. I'm not gonna get in his way. Like he's fucking smart. I tried to join the Air Force when I first joined the military too, but I had too many tattoos, so they didn't let me in. Yeah, and now you're starting to get a little bit of inventory trapped up above too. The it was like a 50-50 rule, so you couldn't have like 50% of your skin covered below your elbow. Um, but I did. I naturally had sleeves, so no. I mean, it's just it's well, it's just like the look, right? And I'm actually a huge kind of believer in that because the Air Force wears a lot of short sleeved uniforms, whereas the Army pretty much is always wearing a long sleeve. So the tattoos really didn't matter because they're always going to be covered no matter what, so it doesn't matter. Whereas like the Marines, right? They always have their sleeves rolled up, and the Army has switched now. We can roll up our sleeves, but the the Marines always roll up their sleeves, so a lot of times they're not really allowed to have tattoos till recently. Um, that's why you meet a lot of older guys that were in like the Navy and the Marines, and they've got one tattoo, and it's on their forearm, and that's it. You know, a lot of them do. If you talk to older people that were in the Navy or older people that were in the Marines, like a lot of them will have like one tattoo on the front side of their forearm, like just like that's their outside the box. They're like, yeah, not a full conformist or conformist. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like when I was recruiting, you really see it. Like there's so many dumb things that we disqualify people for, but then other things we just look past. And certain things like any job really, your employer, like I don't understand how there's rights like like you're disqualifying someone because they have a neck tattoo, and the person goes and complains, neck tattoos should be allowed, blah blah blah. It's not something you were born with. You're fucking tattooed your neck, like, and this person doesn't want to hire you. Too fucking bad. Like not hiring someone because they're black or something like that. That's a completely different subject. But like, no one forced you to get a fucking tattoo on your fucking eyebrow. You look like a goddamn idiot. Like in my opinion, like, I wouldn't hire you. As soon as I see someone with a face tattoo, I'm just like, hmm. Well, I'm just like, I just think people that have face tattoos are just, and especially if I see someone with a face tattoo or even a hand tattoo, I see a lot of people get a hand tattoo and they don't have any tattoos on their body. Like that's their first tattoo, boom, right on the hand. I want everyone to know I have a fucking tattoo, got it on my hand. Like, this person might not be the best decision maker. You know, not that it's going to affect their job, and they might be great at their job. Um, but like, it, as the employer, it's your decision. And like I said, they're like, if you're the way you're born shouldn't have any effect on it, right? But if you go out and alter your body, that's a different story. No, no, yeah, and it's just a matter of looking professional. Like I'm a big believer in, well, at least in the army. I think like, and if I was in charge, I would make it so if you were overweight, because there's plenty of overweight people in the military, that you can't wear the uniform. You have to wear your physical fitness uniform all the time, and then people will know that. Yeah, well, people will know that. I mean, because if you're in the uniform off of base and civilian sees your fat ass in uniform, they're like, "This is the person fighting for my freedom. Fuck out of here. Person couldn't chase me around the block." So if you put him in the physical fitness uniform, it just looks like exercise uh, attire, like gym clothes. And on base, you're going to be kind of shamed, and that's, you know maybe not in everyday society, but this is the military. So if you're wearing your PTs and you're in a formation with a bunch of other soldiers all wearing their uniform, and you and two other people are wearing your fucking physical fitness uniform, you're going to feel a type of way, you know, probably embarrassed. And that shit's good for you. It really is. Like, people are so afraid to like feel bad, but like that's how you build resiliency. You can't feel good without knowing what it feels like to feel bad. And if you just copped all these fucking, oh, you know what, it's okay. Like, shut the fuck up. Like when my kids played soccer in California, um, Maya's team actually got first place, but Curtis's team got like fucking dead last. They were absolute shit. He got a trophy. I threw it right in the trash, in the garbage. What does he need it for? Like, you didn't do anything. And I mean, literally, himself, he didn't do a fucking thing. He volunteered to play goalie the whole time and then sat down most of the game. Because if you've ever seen 6-year-old boys play soccer, it's just fucking chaos. It's insane. Like, the ball never even comes close to the goal most times, unless there's like a stud kid on the team who just fucking out there scoring 10 goals a game. And some of the other teams had those kids. We didn't have any. And they're like, oh, yeah, everyone's chasing the ball. Yep. Every single person on the field chasing the ball. And it's the same. Well, it's the same way in the military when we're training people for like hand-to-hand combat or breach and clear. Like, these are the type of people that are coming up in the military, and it's like, I'm the breach man, so I'm kicking the door in. You're behind me, supposed to be guarding my back. You hear me firing forward, right? You turn forward to see what's going on. I've killed the guy in front of us. Guy comes in the back and kills both of us because you weren't watching the rear, because you wanted to see what was going on. And so those are the and everyone's like, oh, it's not that extreme. It is. That's life, right? It might not be extreme as death, but that's life. And if you can't learn to do your job and cover the backside, because that's what your job, well, it's going to be a struggle to be successful. It's like all the people that don't want to tax the rich because, I mean, I don't know why, but like, because they think maybe one day they'll be that rich. Like, newsflash, it's fucking too late for you. You know what I mean? Unless you win the fucking lottery or something. Like, you're not ever gonna have to worry about paying big tax because you're not ever gonna be fucking big. So make them fucking pay. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand people get so motivated behind events that have literally no effect on them. Like men with abortion. What the fuck do you care? You know? What do you care? Who cares? Or like there was like a huge anti-gay movement. It's like, what do you care? It's not like they're fucking making you suck a dick. You know? Who cares? Yeah, oh, it's against my religion. Against your religion. That's it. Not theirs. And that's the thing. Everyone's trying to press all their issues on everyone else. Like, oh, you got an issue. Dope. Don't fucking bring it to me because I don't care about it. Exactly. It's a bias, like you're saying. Like, you know, it's a bias. Like, oh, if I feel this way, they should feel this way. And unfortunately, that's just not how the world works. That was a good discussion. Yeah, face tattoos are called job stoppers. Yeah, my brother wants to get a tattoo on his face, and every time, if he does end up getting one, every time I see him, I'm just like, look like a fucking idiot. Every single time, that'll be the first thing I say to him. No idea. Don't care. You know, like I mean, if that's what he wants, that's what he wants. Good for him. You know, he's in a position where it's not going to prevent him from getting a job because he works for himself. So, but and he's like, I mean, he's completely covered from tattoos from fucking, you know, sleeves. I mean, like he doesn't have any more space really to get a tattoo. So his next stop is on his face. I told him he should get a bullseye. All right. Well, I gotta get going. I'll leave the stream on, but I gotta run some errands and then pick up the kids and stuff. Um, I mean, just a quick market update. Like, you really look at the market and, like, you know, fighting this, it obviously it hasn't worked at all yet. And it's only getting worse, it seems. And about 2 hours left. Or what's it, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30? Yeah, so like 2.5 hours left. Ugh. But yeah. What's that? Not right now, no. Um, a, a a pullback that gets below 80 that doesn't hold below 80 is probably a buyable pullback, even if it kind of stops the one time framing. Because you see some accumulation up here, right? See, like on the 85, they're like 4,000. You know, there's a decent size offer here. The market's not really down ticking too much. Um, so if they do even get a liquidation and you are able to get in, it's not sustainable under 80, then that's a buyable pullback, I think. And then that next target up is at 95, uh, basically 95. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, I'll be back. I'll just leave with son.